All right. Ah. Here we go again, chat. Here we go again. All right. Here we go again. I didn't eat. Am I fighting monsters naked? Yeah, that's the best way to fight them.
So its head must be a weak point.
The cannons up above should be able to hit its head.
Boom. Boom. Probably should have done the tenderize first. I got saved by divine blessing. Bro, oh my god, that fucking attack. Oh. That's not good. That fucking cone is such a killer, dude. Shouldn't have healed, I guess. Man. What? And I forgot to take off my temporal. Man, son of a bitch. Have I killed it yet? Nope. Nope. Oh, he's on the ground now. Nice.
It's going to unleash its flame! Get behind something!
Roaming ballista and barricade are now operational.
Use the weapons around the fort to knock down the towers.
Good. I think the tenderizer still went through. jerk. That was really good. Dude, that is such... I couldn't roll. It didn't let me interrupt it. I could have sworn you can roll out of that, but... I was like stun locked by the start of the animation of drinking the potion. Should have just used a max pot. Honestly, free meal would probably be so nice for this. Honestly though, this fight is like fun. I genuinely like dying to this doesn't piss me off like it did on Elatrion. Hold like 40 crafts worth of ancient pots. Oh, can you really? Oh, I'm so shocked that didn't hit me. Just knock him out of there. Okay, I was wondering if he was gonna roar after that. Tried to foresight.
You, I like them. Come on, man. I tried to foresight slash there, but I guess it's like kind of delayed.
Use the barricade.
Get up! Get up! Dude, that's so fucking cringe, bro. He stuns me for like 15 seconds. Oh my god, that's so lame. What the fuck? I couldn't even make it. I mean, maybe I should have healed and
Happening to it.
I just assumed that after a certain point the breath like instantly kills you like it does before, so I was just trying to go fast. Ugh.
We need to do something about that attack. Breaking its head should weaken it.
That was a terrible idea to grab onto him. Clearly. Big mistake. This run is fucked. So delayed. Over here. Oh, perfect. If he fires.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
I'm running. Oh. I guess it has like a range limit or something. I don't know. Why do you grab there? Dragonator's working.
Head is partly broken.
Oh,
You
nice.
expect its flame attack to be weaker now.
That was stupid. Ah, fuck me, dude. Is he close enough? Come on, bro.
Roaming ballista is now operational.
Dude, I can't use it. He just is standing in the same spot for literally 10 years straight, bro. Please. Please, move away from the corner for the love of fucking God.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position. Oh, okay. If only I didn't die so many times at the start like an idiot. That was it? Well, clearly it wasn't, because I'm fucking dead.
wanted to go use the second binder there, but I got kind of confused. Couldn't remember where the second one was. Oh yeah, you need Kelby horns for ancient pots though, so it's giga fucking annoying. Can move the machine gun. Oh yeah, it's on like a rail, isn't it? I didn't even realize it moved, but that makes sense. 'Cause I noticed it was on like a rail.
My name is Yahweh!
We go again.
It's still a monster, so its head must be a weak point.
The cannons up above should be able to hit its head.
The cannons are fully loaded, they say. Oh, this is so bad. Because my god. I rolled the roar, and then because of that his movement was different. There's really no point in rolling the roar.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I have health augment.
It's still a monster, so its head must be a weak point.
The cannons up above should be able to hit its head.
I do AT Velk. Nope. Can I have a loadout that increases the damage to the cannons? Yeah, I have that. Turn around. I died. I thought that was a good roll. God. I already want to reset. I was like literally 1 frame away from using the fucking potion. Feels like sometimes it takes so long for the fucking potion to work. Like, I don't understand how I didn't get that off there. I don't. Going for the all-hit speedrun here. Shit. It's so weird that, like, when you stagger him, you also... Like, his stagger turns into an attack, which is easily counterable with the longsword. I'm, like, never ready. Thought that was a good idea.
It's going to unleash its flame! Get behind something!
Roaming ballista and barricade are now operational.
Use the weapons around the fort to knock down Fatalis.
I think I can hit him with this cannon. What? Is he seeing the Palico or what? Like, I don't get it. Really hoping to get more damage out of that. Yeah. Dude, come on! I hate this motherfucker. It's gonna miss. He's too far away. And now, okay, now you just... Oh, you fucking bitch! Is that not it? Dude, I don't understand EI slash timing. Is it, like, it seems so precise. carried by Divine Blessing. I tried. It was close. Just tenderize him as much as we can during this, I guess, until he comes down. Probably could have grabbed his face during that.
Retreat into the fort and use the barricade!
So, man.
Something's happening to it.
Oh, jeez.
We need to do something about that attack! Breaking its head should weaken it!
He's like Giga focused on Wowie right now. Okay. Yeah. That was greedy. I mean, I don't know. I thought I was far enough to the side, but I wasn't. Push me back into it. Ah, God, dude, I just couldn't. I couldn't, man. That's...
Gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position. Have confirmation that the Dragonator is operational.
Okay, wait.
Roaming Ballista is now operational.
Surely this hits, right? Okay, this is perfect. Right in the head. If only I had the head tenderized. Whatever.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
You gonna run to the other side of the arena? Yeah.
Head is partly broken.
Nice.
You can expect its flame attacks to be weaker now.
Right in the mouth. Do the binders come back? I don't think they do. Oh, that's... was actually perfect. Okay. That scared me. Damn. Oh, come on. Come on.
Another gigantic planet. Head for base. Hallis' position.
I'm heading there. That's so cringe, man. Oh, no. Oh. I love getting cucked 1/10 of a second before your fucking attack goes off. I don't know if I should restock, but... Oh, dude. Oh my god. Of course I don't get a... Why did I think I could get a fucking heal in? Of course not. It just stuns you for 25 seconds and then instantly follows up on your fucking body. Is the roaming ballista back? We got him. How much time did we have left, dude? 6 seconds remain. Oh man.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Couldn't have made that any closer, I know, dude.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Oh, feels good, man. Yo, Sovereign, thank you for the 5 gifted. Shy Guy, thank you as well. Thank you, guys. Come on, give me a good gem. Wind Resist, Phoenix Evasion. I don't know about that. Was your weapon fully grinding lands upgraded? Not fully, no. I have health augment and 1 affinity on my weapon. Well, maybe that is full upgrade, I don't know, but... Alright.
Hunter, good to see you.
Oh,
Have you already recovered
very
from your
good.
battle
Yo,
with Fatalis?
Platypud, thank you for the
good
5 gifted, none.
You have the grit of a true hunter. Come with me.
It's been a while since we've done this. Is everyone in good health? How are you feeling, kid?
Couldn't be better. I'm happy that you're in high spirits.
You print money. I like money.
Actually surprised you made another trip to the New World.
He wanted to observe how the commission works. As such, he'll only be here for a short period.
Yes. I found your slinger technology fascinating. I have high praise for the Commission's flexible hierarchy, too. It allowed you to adapt on the fly to any situation. If we didn't have you as the foundation of this joint operation, slaying Fatalis might have been a fool's errand. You have shown me not only how excellent your hunting prowess is, but how well you support each other. Once again, I must commend you all on a job well done.
Thank you, sir.
And by the way, Aiden, I believe tales of your efforts have reached someone you know. He heard about how you were wounded when you protected your teammate. He was quite a mess after he heard about that. His face turned red with anger, as if you were in front of him. You have a good master.
Really? It's good to hear that he hasn't changed. Sir, if you cross paths with my master Julius again, could you relay a message for me? Tell him I kept my promise. You're someone I want him to meet, so...
This guy talking like he did something. Hey, he helped for the first fight.
And I will return.
You only get him once,
Count on
though.
that.
Understood.
Well then, shall we proceed with the observation?
I'd like to take on a quest, actually, if that's fine with everyone.
What? Well, we could start off with a gathering quest.
You'll also need a tutorial on how to use the clutch claw.
I'm at your disposal.
Well then, I'll leave you to tend to our guest. Show him everything the new world has to offer.
Yes, sir.
Honestly, though, doing that fight without Divine Blessing would have been taken me so much longer. It saved me from dying so many times.
Hello. Greetings.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out the weapons and stuff. Game is over now. We still have the AT mobs, and I want to make the Fatalis armor.
Also, I do wonder.
Want to kill him some more? Event quest. Cool.
All right.
How are you holding up?
I don't even know how to put the... Probably have to do it at the box, don't I? Oh, right. Jesus, that's kind of obnoxious. I don't know if I like that.
How are you?
It just has 3 4-slot sockets on every piece. That's so silly. Need a reactor for one, a Zenogre, Sky Emerald. Set bonus? Oh yeah. The skill level cap for the skill secrets. Wait, so that's just for every skill that can be amplified? So you basically have like, yeah, okay, that's crazy. True razor sharp. Oh, it gives you spare shot for the heavy bowgun? I don't know, what does True Razor Sharp do? Health stamina plus 100? Jesus. And stun resist. Wex, evade, crit eye, evade. Yeah, that's nuts. Alright, well. Here, let me post my session. Oh, am I not in a session? Look at the weapon. Oh yeah. Oh. I guess Steam is down. The best fight in the world? I don't know. I think the Fatalis fight's a lot of fun. But it's also, I mean, I don't know. I didn't do, I feel like I'm doing it with a weapon that's pretty good for it. Like Longsword definitely felt pretty strong for that fight.
You know, and I told Mike that was my. We were
And I know I only killed him with 6 seconds to spare, but like,
well, first, gosh,
so many of the moves
anyway,
seem
here,
very
take this.
parryable.
It's a good luck charm until I return.
Thanks,
Gonna
buddy.
need it, seeing as you always fall off things.
Oh, got some good news.
Am I gonna play Assassin's Creed? No, I don't think so. Maybe if I get a sponsor or something.
Put something making.
Alright, let's check out the weapon. 1,023 damage. Wait, minus 40% affinity? Oh, it can be upgraded, okay. Right, because it's rarity 11. The Zog spawn then. That's a lot of raw damage. You need affinity augments to fix it? Yeah, that makes sense. I think... Hold on, I wanna... I mean, I'm down to kill him with chat for a bit. I do want to kill him like solo some more, but I do want to try to get his gear. So could try to do it with chat. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll be like a struggle in multiplayer. I mean, it depends what people are bringing. How do I go online? Do I need to restart the game?
Amazing.
Bring in the sticky heavy bowgun players.
Looking good.
All right. Let's have a nice little meal. So should we do the cannon strat at the beginning in multiplayer? Like I don't know. What do people normally do in like a group? You just like send it? You just kill him? No? Okay. Alright, fair enough. Well, I'm gonna take off... Well, actually, I don't know, because I could still use the roaming ballista, right? Should I still have the heavy artillery on? I mean, the ballista's good, no? Whatever, I'll just keep what I have.
Touch the demon inside me.
Batal's cat armor. I can check it on the way to the gathering hub. Oh yeah, it's the dragon that we saw before. Attack type severing. Your groups usually get one-shot by Vitalis attacks. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of curious how this is gonna go in a group. Like if, I don't know, I mean if people aren't really good at the fight or they're not using Divine Blessing, they're probably gonna die.
Hey, you!
After all this chat backseating, I expect people to actually perform. Oh yeah, do I need to fix my inventory? This fight is no joke. Yeah, I agree. Wait, there's a cutscene in multiplayer? I'm gonna watch it. I do not have flinch free on, so kind of fucked myself because I can't change decos anymore either. Yeah. It's what it is, I guess. Alright, well, if I'm not gonna use Ghillie, I'm gonna change my mantle to evasion, I think. Does everyone have longsword in my group? Oh, 3 out of 4.
Breaking its head should be effective in weakening its powerful breath
Yeah. Can you cut his tail off? Maybe I'll just go for his tail. No? No. Getting more tender for the group. Damn. Nice. Nice helm breakers, gentlemen. Oh, Jesus. I should be dead. I should have been dead, but I got saved by a heal from somebody and my divine blessing. I should have been so dead there. I don't know if that was too... it's so hard to hit the timing on the EI counter. It's so difficult. That's okay.
Unleash its flame! Get behind something!
Roaming ballista and barricade are now operational.
Use the weapons around the fort to knock
I
down
got
the
him.
palace.
Oh, you smoke bombed. Goodbye, Pom. Yeah, I did it solo. Oh, he's doing that. That would have. That might have killed me, to be honest, if I didn't. The divine blessing. Nope. Oh, I'm stunned. Oh, that's not good. Goodbye, gentlemen. Oh, saved by divine blessing. I'm fucking RNGing my head off here. Oh, they're smoke bombing. Oh, I was so close to getting it there. I'm so glad that doesn't have a hitbox at like the end. Oh, nice. Again. I was too slow! Nice. That I tried to go for that, but I failed.
Readying its flame again! Retreat into the fort! Use the barricade!
Hey, I got the right idea. Is it possible to close the door on your teammate? Probably. Man, have we still not gotten rid of the blue flame though? Oh no, we did. Oh wow, insta binder, nice.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
I got him, guys. I got him.
Its head is completely broken. Its flame attack should be much easier. Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
Shock that didn't hit me. Saved by Chad. Oh god. I'm not stunned, am I? I've almost got my temporal up again.
Teammate is pinned down. Try to make Vitalis flames to help them. Roaming ballista is now operational.
Alright guys, I go get ballista.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Vitalis' position.
I've kept.
Dragonator ready for use.
Oh no. On! If you dragonated it, it would have died. Are you sure about that? Cause like, oh, did I get an eye? I'm curious, if somebody has wide range and they use like mega demon drugs and armor drugs, does that share to the team? Does it give it to everybody? That's pretty nice.
Oi, oi!
Can I make the weapon? I need one more shard. Yeah, I beat Fatalis solo. I'm doing it with a group right now, but honestly, doing it with a group, well, I mean, it just depends. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to like. Not trying to make anybody feel bad, but yeah, it's like, it's very easy for one person to just die over and over. I was almost the person that died multiple times, to be fair. And I probably should have died if not for Divine Blessing. Divine Blessing is fucking carrying my ass hard. But yeah, this is definitely not like free on multiplayer by any means. Yeah, Kevin, for sure. Yeah, my jewels are not great. I can't remember, is wide Oh yeah, it's level 1 jewel friendship. It's a lot of jewels though to get that. Oh yeah, let me put on fringe. Flinch Free is a level 3 gem, isn't it? I mean, I could take off Shaver because somebody else is probably gonna do it, but... Yeah, no, it is level 3. It's called, like, Brace, I think. Yeah. I guess I can take off the heavy artillery. It's whatever. Thank you, Gravy. Anne left the session? No. It's okay. Yeah, this fight is fucking tough, man.
Breaking its head should be effective in weakening its powerful breath attack.
Make use of the ballistae and cannons!
Wait, I think I fucked up. He's not on his... Well, whatever. We get Agi, I guess. I don't know if I should have done that, but it is what it is now. I kind of feel like I'm trolling by doing that. I don't know. Oh shit, I was way too close. That would have killed me, I think, if I didn't get Divine Blessing.
Get behind something!
It's been pretty fast. Alright, Saru's got the ballista.
Use the weapons around the fort to knock down Vitalis.
The God team. Yeah, it's going well so far.
Something's happening to me.
Should've got the counter on that, man.
Some of its head is broken. Flame power slightly mitigated. Its head is completely broken. Its flame attack should be much weaker.
Head is completely broken.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
I think Saru just Farcastered out because he was gonna die. Oh, he's in the flames? Wait, you can just heal through it? What the fuck is that? Oh, if... Ruh-roh.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
Don't we have another binder? I don't know. Oh, they just shot it. That was almost really stupid. These guys are getting the head. Oh, yes. There we go.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
Just Dragonator? Oh, yeah. Oh. I don't think it's up yet. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it just came up. Good job, guys. Saru actually did like 50%. That's very possible. I helped, kind of. Dude, the baits on the fire breath were insane though. Was that just good RNG, or can you actually like manipulate him that reliably?
Nice.
Post my DPS? I'm not sure I want to know. Oh, yo, another expert jewel. That's actually good. Nice. Alright. I'm gonna go make the weapon, but I don't know if I should use the weapon yet until I get it to rank 12, right? Or should I make the armor? I don't know. Probably the weapon first, I guess. Should do armor first? Well, the thing is, I kind of want to rock the Divine Blessing until I, like, fully upgrade to the... I'm gonna make the weapon. Armor enables Divine Blessing secret. That's true, but yeah, that is true, I guess. So is Fatalis weapon best for Fatalis? What did I have on my long sword before? I wish when you like well, I guess it wouldn't. Oh yeah, I had evasion gems. But now this is socket 4 socket, so I could do combo evasion, I guess, if I wanted. Not sure what, but... Could do gobbler. Do I only have one gobbler? Oh, I could do double satiated, I guess. Oh wait. I could use the expert jewel, true. But the thing is, do I even need it? Well, actually, I guess I do, because the weapon's at -30. Is it really better than my other weapon currently with the -30% affinity? Because I need to augment this thing. I can... Oh wait, can't I refund the health regen? on the previous one. I need a Spirit Vein gem if I want to get the affinity increase. Who do we kill for Spirit Vein gems? Can't we do like a Ruiner Nergi real quick?
Hey, you!
Oops. Ode to Destruction. What do you mean the quest has been canceled? What? Yeah, guys, if you've already done a hunt, I would appreciate it if you let other people join as well. I mean, I don't know how many people there are, but give new people a chance to join, and if nobody else joins, then you're free to join again. Yeah, I saw the roar coming, but I can't foresight slash there. Tried to do what Maya did, but sick. crazy. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. I shouldn't have won. Nice. This guy gives like a guaranteed Spirit Vein gem, right? Oh, we got one.
That reminds me.
All right. So how much can you like upgrade? How many extra slots can you get? One more. Okay. I see. Can make the gloves. I assume you just want to get the beta for everything, right? Like, actually, I don't know. Because this has Wex, but you lose for the waist go alpha. Okay. Everything else, though, beta. Yeah, I can see why the belt is good. Because it still has 3 sockets. Alright. I guess we do Fatty again. Oh, you know what? Let's actually add all the armor to our wish list, I guess. All B. I don't think you want all B.
There you are,
I think the alpha belt is better. Because you need to put Shaver on your build anyways for a lot of weapons. At least for longsword, I need Shaver. So. And yeah, potentially flinch free. Is it possible to get an expert and Wex jewel, like a combo of both? No? Okay. I mean, that would be insane if you could. So I need 3 eyes. And a reactor.
Hey, you!
Well, let's do them again, I guess. MR Colve? For what? I thought people said... what, Velkhana's the best?
Breaking its head should be effective in weakening its powerful breath attack.
Make use of the ballistae and cannons.
Okay, so what, we all just attack the shit out of him here? Should I jump on his head? Oh no. I got him. Why me? I'm gonna get him. Durability so fast with this weapon. Oh right, razor sharp.
And barricade are now operational.
Use the weapons around the fort to knock down big towers.
Saved by my divine blessing. Oh, wall bang. Nice. You fuck. About that. Need to tenderize his hands. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, the heal save. Oh. Oh my god, he's healing so much. No! I just want a dragon pod. Stuck in the animation. Almost got my temporal up again. That's not. Ooh. The heals. What? You.
Readying its flame again. Retreat into the fort and use the barricade.
Thanks. Wait, to the ramp on the right?
Something's happening to it. Its head is still not broken. Its flame is at full power. Partly broken. We can expect its flame attack to be weaker.
Did that still hit? Was that like a delayed hit there? I swear it still hit, unless that was another person.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
Oh. Okay.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
Run! He has no idea where we are, guys. Oh. Ow. I don't think I could have rolled out of that. Maybe I could have... Oh no. Oh, Roro. Blue sharpness. Yeah, listen, I'm trying my best here. Oh, he flew into it? Oh, what the?
Incredible! You've rescued this world from a living nightmare.
He can't die during that animation, I see. That's funny. Get King Armor Spheres. Oh wow, Tenderizer Evasion. Not bad. Doesn't matter much with Fatty Set? What do you mean? Am I able to craft anything? I didn't... No. Oh, I need a Skymerald from a Stygian Zinogre.
Hey, you!
What even is a Stygian? Oh. Hope that I get one, I guess. Check Elder Melder. The problem is I don't have any Celestial tickets. Although there's new limited bounties, so I could get one from that, I think. Oh no. Never mind. Check for investigations. Oh, okay. Is that better? Sorry, the people that were in the in the quest. I don't know, I mean, it's possible to get 10 Celestial tickets from the Steamworks, but it's like so rare that I don't know if that's realistically something that you should try to go for. I can get a Celestial print from taking a picture, though. Yeah, I know you could do Farewell to Zinogre for the coal. I'm just not sure if that's like what the odds are to get a 10x print, but could take like a really long time. This guy hits like a wet noodle. See how low we can get our sharpness. Green. All right, come on. What the? Oh wait, am I riding him? Oh. Didn't get it.
Buenos días.
All right, well,
Hey, you!
let's do it again. Furious Rajang, oh boy. Have fun with that. So yeah, chat, if anybody's wondering, I think the plan now is, like, obviously make the full Fatalis armor, and then probably... Well, I want to kill, like, AT Velkhana solo. I would like to do Elatrion and Fatalis a bit more solo too. Probably do like 1 or 2 more streams of the game. I mean, it depends how long those fights take, I guess. Namiel and Volcana, but... And solo Elatrion without an element? Yeah, but you're still... Well, it's like a DP, like... You need to kill him before the Eschaton then, though, no? The MR Colve quest? Yeah, I know you can cart. My god, the sharpness is so rough with this weapon, though. I mean, I know it's because I don't have the Fatalis armor, but... Good work, gentlemen. Surely I get one this time. Oh yeah, this jump can be used to dodge... What is it? Extremoth's fucking kill nuke or some shit? There's like some strat with that thing. I can't remember. I binded it specifically for something. And... Oh, we got one. Nice. Yeah, I did Behemoth. It was a while ago. We could definitely do it again. All right, we've got one piece of armor we can make now, I think. We can make the head. Where am I? Who the hell's this guy? Sauna dude. Oh, I walked into the wrong.
That reminds me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make the pants. I want to get the full Fatalis armor. Like that's mainly what I want. So we're gonna have to do 2 more Fatalis, and then I need to get a reactor. Which, I mean, I could get a print for a reactor. Hello, Hagrid. Might want the alpha head too. Not for my current build, but like, yeah, I'm maybe if I use a different weapon or something. But okay, let's do. Can there be a investigation for Raging Brocky? No, it's just the optional. That's it. Lame. I don't know, how hard is it to take... Wait, so where do I see the picture thing? Oh yeah, you guys said there's like a picture guy somewhere. Is he in the hub? The picture man? Oh, I should put Rocksteady on. Ah, whatever. Oh, there goes my temporal. Easier with blast resist. Yeah. Makes sense. Again? Damn. think I might be running low on
Go
fins.
forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Actually, no, I still have a decent amount. Oh my god. Am I stunned? I need the Fatalis armor so bad. The repairing is obnoxious. Like lose my sharpness in half a second. He's angry. Wait, what happens if you're not in the arena when that happens? Can you just get kicked out? Oh, you can jump in, okay. Is it possible to get a reactor as like a drop on the ground? Come on, baby, give me a reactor. Pretty please. Somebody got one, I think. We could get one from the rewards, though. Imagine if you could trade with other players. Come on. Come on, give me. Warhead. No reactor. Chance to get one from the tail. True. Told you to save reactors? Bruh! Everything I pretty much used them on was used in my build, so... It's annoying how it's used for, like, fucking everything, though.
Hey, you!
Well, let's just do it again, I guess. A higher chance when the head is broken and the tail's cut. Well, chat, you know what you need to do. We're his slaves? Whoa. We're just having fun. We're just hunting mons together. I need to open up my window, man. It's hot in my room. I did kill Fatalis solo, yes. Only once, and I did it with 6 seconds to spare. But we did do it. Oh, that was so... That roar is so slow. So close. Wonder what monster they're gonna add. Yeah, me too. Smoke bombs are so good. Like we just got like 3 DPS. Like, if you smoke bomb on top of the monster, they're just like, huh? Where'd it go? Hard to tell what's going on. Did we cut the tail there at the last second? Oh, I don't think so. It said parts broken, but... Oh, we got one! Woohoo! Maybe we'll get a second, if we're lucky. Okuya doesn't have flinch free. You were focusing the tail after it got cut. I didn't even realize. No second reactor, but that's okay. Can make the belt now. And then we need to make the chest. Why alpha? Because it has critical eye. The skills on the alpha belt are pretty good. Yeah. And you only loot. You end up with 3 slot sockets or whatever the fuck you call it. And at least with longsword, you want to be using shaver anyways, so that takes up one of them. And then if you're doing multiplayer, you kind of want You want Brace Jewel as well? We're almost there, guys. Almost fully OP. Pause champ. It's possible to get 3, or you get 1 eye guaranteed, right? But you can get more than 1 sometimes. It took that long to get another player. Well, I told people if you've joined to let other people join, just so chat can, everybody can participate. How much defense does this give? 975. Gives 25. Yeah, that's pretty... whatever.
Breaking its head should be effective in weakening its powerful breath attack. Make use of the ballistae and cannons.
I don't want to do that yet. Should have been ready for the roar, man. Oh. My bad, gentlemen. Wait, how did I get 1 shot? I swear I thought I had Moxie on, though. No? Did I not go for Moxie? I don't get it. Fire? I mean, I have 20 fire resist, so I shouldn't... maybe, yeah, maybe somehow... It didn't activate? Well, I used a gourmet voucher, so... or I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. I didn't realize what he was doing there, though. That was my bad. Oh god, he's doing it again. Jesus. I don't
Use the
have. I
weapons
don't.
around the fort to knock down Fatalis.
I mean, I'll use it, I guess. I don't have heavy artillery, but no. Oh my God! Wait, I just got fucking saved. Wait, did Mick Hagrid just save me with his shield? That's sick. Oh, really? That's my bad. No. I just wanted to pick up the stupid fucking dragon pod, goddammit. Oh my. Wait. Oh. Bye, Hagrid. Oh no, I'm dead, I'm not dead somehow. Jesus. Oh no. Oh, we've got a CS deer. It's fine. Gotta keep tenderizing him while I have this. Okay, well. Hagrid! Rest in pieces. I kind of want to get some pizza tonight, chat.
Hey, you!
Live stream Kazan next week? I think so, yeah. Game looks cool. Well, let me actually use a gourmet voucher this time. Everybody get your Moxie. Hey, real YT, thank you for the Prime sub as well, man. Thank you, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty hungry right now. All I really had to eat was like some soup for lunch. I had some snacks as well, I guess, during like repo, but you play the new AC game? Probably not. It's the Elden Ring of our generation. Yeah, very funny. Can you get feline insurance guaranteed? With the gourmet voucher? It's probably better just to get that instead of Moxie then.
Breaking its head should be effective in weakening its powerful breath attack.
Because like you can still get killed even if Moxie procs. Good RNG opener. Is anybody gonna wallbang him? Too early. Yeah. Oh, you bastard. I didn't think that would hit me. Oh, I'm stunned. Oh, ruh-roh. Oh, it's fine. Oh, we hit him in the head.
Get behind something!
Yeah, you saved me. You saved me, mindless. Unfortunately, you still died twice. But you did save me, and that was epic.
Roaming ballista and barricade are now operational.
I had no guard up. Yeah, I know.
Use the
I'm
weapons around the fort.
just giving you a hard time, man. Oh, wait, can we bind her? Oh, let's camp down. What the fuck? That did like no damage. Oh, nice. Oh, damn. Saved it.
Retreat into the fort! Use the barricade!
I'm coming! It's fine. We have people with team healing. So I think somebody used a Dust of Light. Nah, I was fine. Yeah, I needed that shard, guys. Oh, right. VI is gonna get it. Did he roll that?
Something's happening to it. Some of its head is broken. Flame power slightly mitigated.
Oh. I hate how much he fucking moves around during this shit.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
I'm dead. We're both dead. Well. I can't eat again. One cart left, yeah. Jesus. No one wants to card in front of 2K people. Oh no, Iori. No! Rest in peace. Yeah, I soloed him earlier today.
Hey, you!
Is it Safeguard? Is that the insurance? I guess the Moxie one is better though, because you get attack up large. How much is attack up large? 1205. $12.54 at, yeah, I mean, what is that, 5%? Moxie won't save you? I mean, you say that, but it literally saved me the last attempt.
Breaking its head should be effective in weakening its powerful breath attack.
Make use of the ballistae and cannons.
Saru! Buddy, I'm dead too! Alright, guys, this is a reset. I'll throw smoke down right at the beginning.
Hey, you!
I was goofing around. Average Vitalis run. Yeah, I can solo Fatty with 6 seconds left. I mean, I'm getting better and better at the fight, though. Like, I could definitely do it again.
Breaking its head should be effective in weakening
Will I do it
its
with hammer?
powerful
Oh
breath
god,
attack.
doing it with hammer sounds painful.
Make use of the ballistae and cannons.
I don't know if the smoke bomb's working, fellas. That was good. feel like that. I think my Helmbreaker hit the head there. Ah, I hate that attack. Oh, I can't believe that still worked. Huge damage.
Readying its flame again. Retreat into the fort. Use the barricade.
It's going pretty well so far. Don't lock me out now. Thank you. Had to pick up my shard. There's no boss health bar. Yeah, we broke the shit out of his head. Does this guy already have the binder? Oh, I stole it, sorry.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
I got him, guys.
Its head is completely broken. Its flame attack should be much weaker.
And we are destroying. Ouch.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
I think he's almost dead. tail damage. My bad, guys. I didn't really know what to do, to be honest. Can hold it for a bit.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
I don't think Dragonator's up. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's gotta be like super low.
Incredible! You've rescued this world from a living nightmare.
Nice. Oh, we got an eye from the... Oh, we got another eye! There was a material on the ground somewhere. Oh, here it is. Yeah, we got 3 eyes. Well, 3 guaranteed now, maybe even more. Huge.
Not bad.
Only 1, but that's fine. Force shot. Nice job, guys. Slower than speed kills. Well, don't think we're necessarily speedrunners.
Oh!
All right. We got our fatty gear. Now I need to remember what I had on. I had sheath evasion. Okay, well that's all my health boost right there. Oh, you don't need health boost? Oh shit. Damn. That's insane. Okay. Yeah, I know, it's a set bonus. Yeah, that's so crazy. Damn. Alright. Well, I guess medicine is good. I mean, well, it's not good, but it's something that's not Vit. And Challenger protection is good, but... Wait, is this... Oh, I already have max critical eye. Okay, so that puts me... Jeez, like this armor is so good, I don't even have like... I don't even really have good enough jewels to like complement this shit. Like, I only have one critical gem. I don't have like a level 4 divine. Is there like a divine blessing one, I assume? A level 4 one? There's crit boost slash protection. I mean, a Veda extender plus attack might be decent. It's a no-go on longsword. Fucks up your foresight? Oh, okay. I'm gonna need to just like put critical gems in, just like on their own. I guess, I don't know, because I don't have any like crit combo gems. I only have a choice. Yeah, I think I only have the one. The Vit one, but it does nothing, so... Get the KT legs for crit. What do my legs currently give? Wex.
Want something making?
Alright, well... Sure. Okay.
Hey, you!
Overcapped, okay. Do I even have a weakness exploit equipped on anything? I don't think I do. Nope. Yeah, but it doesn't... I don't have anything else to put on. Why am I not soloing my first KT? Because I've fought this guy before. I mean, I guess not on MR, but...
Use whatever you can.
I can try to solo him tomorrow. It's not like having the pants are gonna be that big of a difference maker. Like, yeah, I can try to solo him. Honestly, I'm pretty tired though. I'm probably gonna call it a night soon and get some dinner. I just kind of want to turn my brain off and do some like multiplayer fights right now. I do no damage. Do you need to hit him in the face? Oh no, I think you need to like break his armor parts or something. What the fuck?
Let's do this!
use like Thunderblade on this?
Excellent.
Oh wait, is it just money that you get from... Oh, we got a tail shell. Honestly, I don't know why we even bother. Oh, Jesus. I don't want to lose any materials.
Watch yourself! Let's do this!
Monk has fainted. What the?
Excellent.
Golden spiral horn. It's fucking bombs, man. You need a lot of mats for the legs. I'm like being carried so hard right now. Doing like, I haven't done that much.
Be careful.
Who knocked me into the lava? What is even happening? Oh, was that a sleep? I didn't even realize. I thought, my bad. I don't know. I thought it was like a stagger, but I noticed that it was kind of weird. Oh my god. Jesus. What part of the music? I didn't I'll be honest, I didn't even... I don't play with sleep guys. I see somebody with a sleep weapon 1 in every, like, fucking 50 hunts. VI did... Oh, he's got the damage numbers. Hey, I did better than Monk, at least. I need to get the fucking damage meters. Hey, I did alright considering I spent half the fucking time collecting materials. Agitator and medicine. Connection to the session has been lost. Dude in full fatalis. DPS meter spammed you in chat. I don't mind seeing it. Like, I think it's fine. Oh, I need a golden dragon's fire. I actually got everything else, though. If only I had a celestial print. I don't have a print, guys. But I could go do the Steamworks and pray.
Hello.
Steam's starting to build up.
Very unlikely we're gonna get one. Oh, 20 silvers. We're getting a lot of bonuses, at least.
Starting to build up. Good. System's back to normal levels. Best not to push it.
Come on, give me another bonus.
Oh, the pipes are singing today. Ready to make this happen?
Thanks, kitties. I don't think it's happening.
got some good news!
Well, I don't know. How should I get a print? Should I do the picture quest? Wait, where's the picture guy?
Hey. Mm-hmm.
Velkhana's breath and zoom up at the body, howling at the moon. Should I take a picture of Zinogre howling at the moon? Is that easy? West side of Area 1 atop a rock. The Velkhana one is easy? Okay. How do you take a picture? Is it like an item on your hotbar? Like a camera? I actually have no fucking idea. Okay. Should I do it solo? Probably.
Hey, you!
Where is Velkhana? I don't think I could do this one, right? Should I do it on an expedition? Right, Area 15. Do it with AT Velkhana. I don't think you can, because it specifically said that I think it said it needed to be in Hoarfrost. Do I not have it on my... No! Okay, wait, so what do I press? RB? Okay. Oh yeah, I don't... Oh wait, I do it. No, I don't have a ghillie. Oh, fuck. Can I zoom in? Oh yeah, I can. Oh, Jesus. Did I get it? Yeah, I don't think I've ever done this either. The buff body armor is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm kind of want to change it to something else. So how do I... How do I, like, turn it in? Oh.
Excellent work. Oh.
Aha. We did it. All right, so what is it that I need? I need the Kolve Teroth mantle item thing.
Hey!
Golden Dragon's Fire. Okay, so I assume I want the beta one. Alpha? Wait, it's... Wait, why? But you can get peak performance from a level 4 gem with a combo, so at least I'm pretty sure. Making the skirt. Yeah, I have 2 expert 4s. But it's like, I don't really know. Go level 3 free meal. Man, it's insane how many skills you get with this shit. It's like actually kind of unreal. I have 2 protection jewels. People said Quick Sheath is bad, which I mean it's not that impactful, but yeah, this armor's insane. I have so many gems. It's crazy. Speed eating plus free meal. Honestly, I could wait, is speed eating a level 1? Oh yeah, it is Gobbler. It would be fun to do a build with like level 3 free meal, level 3 speed eating, and wide range. Speed the support. Yeah, I know people do that. People have been doing it all the time. Yeah, I have the lifesteal. But yeah, I mean, like, dude, this armor's insane though. It's like just having max of like and every skill, dude. I guess the only thing that's left to do is, well, I mean, there's definitely more stuff left to do, like obviously getting better decorations and whatnot, but we could also get, oh wait, I didn't want to go here yet. Like, we could still augment our weapon a bit further, right? You can. I have so many monster parts to sell. I'm like, money really isn't an issue. I don't know if I have any eggs to sell. Maybe like a few. No. But I have a bunch of monster parts to sell if I really need to. I mean, I don't need to sell shit, really. Yeah, I mean, we already have like 1 million now. Like, yeah, money is not really an issue. But yeah, so is it not worth getting the other augments for the weapon? Because, I mean, I guess what would I get? What would even be worth getting? No? With the time invested, no? Does it really take that long? Defense or element? I see. I mean, like, we got the health, at least with Meowsy luring and stuff. We got everything we needed in like 30 minutes of the Guiding Lands, or maybe like an hour. I don't know. Really wasn't so bad, but yeah. I mean, if you guys say it's a waste of time, that's fine. That is totally fair. I guess getting more armor though on the gear is not the worst idea. I mean, I guess you just do Rune or Nergi 5 times and then you can uncap all of it, but... We have 1,017 defense. Yeah, Fatalis gear is crazy though. It's gonna be insane in Wilds when the gear gets to the point that you have... Because like the gear... The high rank gear in Wilds is so limited in the decorations. You can like barely have any decorations currently. I guess the only thing for my build is like maybe having Divine Blessing would still be good. Because I mean, I'm still gonna get like, the Fatalis gear is good, but more so on like the offensive side, I guess. I mean, it has 1 million sockets, but like defense wise, it's not like I have that much more. Yeah, I don't really have that many use. I mean, I have like handicraft and protection, potential, mighty. Yeah. Has bonkers defense. Well, like I was doing Fatalis with the gold armor with Braki, and my defense was like 970, I think, or like it was somewhere in the 900s. Now I'm over 1,000, but Divine Blessing / attack. Yeah, that would be a really good combo. That would definitely be like what I would want to put in. It's probably the best case scenario, I guess. You're over 1,000 and it's unaugmented. Yeah, fair. I mean, I guess if it's fully augmented, it goes up to like 1,100. Mighty plus divine. It's useless unless you max the skill. Oh, as soon. Oh, it has like a kick-in timer. I see. What the heck did I even have on before? It's all so confused. I have there's so much shit. Okay. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it a night here, guys. We got Fatalis down. Tomorrow we will we'll do AT, Velkhana, and Namiel, I guess. We'll try to do those solo. Maybe we'll try to solo Kolve as well, just for fun. But yeah, probably do like 1 or 2 more streams of Monster Hunter, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do after that. I don't know if I'm gonna do more wilds. I might try out the DS2 rando, actually. It looks pretty fun. It looks fun. I don't know if it actually will be fun, but